work. I think we're ready to go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists, and it is about time we talked about Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, one of the greatest artists of all time. I'm certainly not the only one who's a fan of his work, but well, we've looked at a lot of great artists over the past 3 years, and it's finally time to take a look at Toulouse-Lautrec. And I want to recreate this painting, the Ambassadeurs Aristide Bruant dans son cabaret. This is a poster for Aristide Bruant, who was a famous cabaret singer, and he owned his own cabaret. That's what it means. He's performing in his own cabaret, and the performance is called Ambassadeurs. So this is a poster that that Toulouse-Lautrec did to help Bruant promote his shows. You'll notice that it's unlike maybe posters we see today, where there's not a lot of extra information on here, because it's assumed that if you saw this poster, you would probably have an idea who this person was. Yeah, let's get right to it. Obviously, this is a lithograph. We'll talk about the lithography process here, but we're going to paint it with acrylic paint. So let's look at the plan for today's episode. What we're going to do is we're going to get an image on the canvas. Then we're going to stain it. Yes, we're going to talk about the early part of Toulouse-Lautrec's biography, because I want to do a couple episodes. We're going to do another one on Thursday morning. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into his biography, so we'll try to keep it short so we can get painting done. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of underpainting, background, foreground. My goal is to make this a simpler painting that we do in a shorter period of time. Famous last words, obviously. Every time I say that, I'm here till like sunrise, but I'll try to keep it short and sweet. So if you're watching for the first time, please consider liking this episode, subscribing to the channel, and hitting the notification bell so you know when future episodes are coming up, especially like Thursday's kind of bonus episodes happening at a non-regular time. So you can set your notification preferences, etc. And take a photograph of the artwork you create today, whether it's a version of this painting by Toulouse-Lautrec or something else you're creating while you're listening to me ramble on. Upload it to the Facebook group. Join the Facebook group if you haven't already. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use the PayPal link below. You can donate through Super Chat while it's happening live. You can send an e-transfer through email or contact me for my address to send a check in the mail. My email is on my website and the Facebook group. Those links are down below. All that stuff down below. Everything you need to know, including supplies, all that stuff down below. So let's get into this painting here. I'm so excited. This is okay. What we want to do first is we want to get an image on the canvas. Now, we could just sketch this out, eyeball it, but if you've never tried drawing something before, well, take my free drawing class here on YouTube. It's got like 500,000 views, and that would be a great way to learn how to draw. But you could also use the free template that I created using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. And you can print this out on your inkjet printer. And maybe you've got an inkjet printer that's running out of ink, just like mine. Let me show you where to find this, and maybe you've got a little bit more ink in your printer. So, this is the Facebook group. Join that Facebook group. Look at this. Over 1.1 thousand people have joined that group. just over the past year and a half that we've started that. That's amazing. No promotion, etc., except for what I'm saying here. Okay, so if you click on the Dropbox folder, you're going to see that at the very top are your basic guides to get painting if you've never painted before, supply lists, etc. Then the next, I don't know, 40 folders here. The naming structure is all messed up. These are all for simpler paintings. Not the easiest of all time, but pretty simple that I think a beginner artist could paint. And I'm going to slot today's painting and next class's painting also in there. And if you want stuff that's a little bit more complex, like the Mona Lisa or George O'Keeffe, or I mean, there's Batman, there's Superman and Spider-Man and all sorts of stuff down here. Lots of Van Gogh. I think there's like 10 different Van Goghs. But where? We were going to go to this folder here. You'll see at the moment there's 3 files. On Thursday there's going to be 3 more, and I might put an extra one in there too. So again, hit that notification bell. So you'll see that these 3 files correspond with the 2 versions, a PDF and a JPEG version of the outline, and then the original. So download that and print it, and then you'll end up with something kind of like this. Maybe your inkjet printer ran it. I print this with black ink, but for some reason it won't do it unless I've got full color ink cartridges. I don't know why. Anyway, okay. So I'm gonna transfer this onto a 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. I get these. I order these off of Amazon. I really like these Fix Smith. They come out to about $2 a piece when you buy them in a set of 12, so it's like 26 bucks or something. And they come wrapped in plastic. I take the plastic off, and then I give it a light sanding with 100 grit sandpaper. It takes the tooth off of the canvas. And then I apply some white acrylic gesso. I just brush it on. And then I let that dry overnight. And you can just see, the reason I keep flipping back here is these are the drips from that gesso. I have it just like on some blocks and just wooden 2x4 things. And so that just drips off. And then I let that dry, and then I sand it with some 220 grit sandpaper. You know, here's just a block, a 2x4 with some sandpaper stapled around on the other side. That makes it a nice, easy block to sand on. And then you're ready to go. Now we're going to tape this down. So, I think this time I'm going to put the tape on the left-hand side because I got all that text there. And one thing I also notice, often I see people putting tape all over the place. You don't need to put tape all over the place. As long as one side is held down, unless you're doing this in a windstorm or something, your paper should not be sliding around that much. The other benefit of doing this is, let's say I make a line here, I can just easily flip that up and go, oh, okay, it is, because I don't know how many times I've seen people or myself do the outline upside down. You want to make sure that the gray side is facing up and the black side's facing down. Oh, I should mention, what I'm just using here is some carbon transfer paper. Actually, this is graphite transfer paper. Again, this is another thing I ordered off Amazon. It comes, I think it's like 100 sheets for 12 bucks or something. There'd be more than enough for me to do another 1,000+ paintings with that, because you can see I've reused this sheet many times and it's still going to work. Now, part of the again, I've got a little issue because the ink ran out on my inkjet printer as I was doing this. So I think what I'm just going to do, just show you that I can still use this. I just have to use my imagination a little bit and figure, okay, this A here. So while this is kind of a little bit frustrating, it's still much easier to do something like this than it is to just try to eyeball this all on your own. Now that would be good practice, but again, this is my painting course, so the reason I created these outlines is to help people who want to learn how to paint. If you want to learn how to draw, well, you can take my free drawing course, as I mentioned before. So, because at least having this outline like this can help me just, I mean, like I know, well, maybe not where the tops of these letter forms go, but I certainly know where the majority of the letters go, and it's certainly better than nothing, right? You could, of course, just do this without the text at all, right? So I'm going to make a little bit up here. Let's turn out okay. I realize there's going to be a few places. So there's a few things like these two separate words, son cabaret, his cabaret, but yet he's kind of conflated them into one word. The one thing that helps divide those words is this stick or cane that he's carrying, so kind of fits in between those two words quite cleverly to help break them up so that it might make it a little bit easier as you're reading it to discern the actual meaning of those words. So part of the thing with having to do this with missing little bits of the text and the design is I have to kind of fill in some of these blanks, right? So that might mean my ultimate image is slightly less accurate, but I think we're going to be okay. So what I'll start by doing is drawing in the lines where I know they are. Okay. There's like just enough information to help me get through this. It's beautiful. Oh, lots of people in the chat there. I'll get to that in a moment. So we started a few minutes late here because I was trying to get my printer to work. I put this sheet actually through the printer 4 or 5 times, hoping that each time it would print a different bar, and just printed the same one over and over and over again. I don't understand why to print something in black and white I still need to go and buy $40 worth of color ink cartridges, even though I don't think I've ever printed something in color on this printer before. So sounds like some company's got a nice little racket going for themselves, hey? And there's the signature. Okay, let's just do a little double check. So it's also, looks like my carbon paper was a little bit dead there too. So that was, there we go. If I got everything, is anything missing here? Let's put these side by sides here. This is like I did everything except the missing lines down there. That's quite funny. Or did it? I didn't do the lines that were actually there. That's funny. So focused on everything besides it. Okay. Good enough to get started here. I like to keep these outlines nearby, even though that one is very poor, but sometimes it can be helpful nonetheless. Okay. Oh no, is the audio not working again? Okay, all good now. So, wow, okay, who do we've got Maeve there, Alexi, Lolly, Lisa, James, Senga, Kathy, so Cassie was saying, reminds me of Steinlen's Le Chat Noir, right? Which is this painting we did, what, about a month ago? Another very famous print from this same era. Also promoting a club just like, so this club was called the Chat Noir, which was just like the Moulin Rouge. This one was not at the Moulin Rouge. This was at Artiste Bruant's own cabaret. On Thursday morning, we're going to do an artwork that was promoting the Moulin Rouge. So stick around. Maybe I'll just keep this handy so we can look at that one later on. Senga says, hi, Michael. They don't have any of that graphite paper you said. What's the next best thing? If you can't find graphite paper, one option would be to do something like this. Go onto the opposite side of the paper and do a big rubbing of graphite on here, like that. And let's say you've got an image here, or you can just do a little happy face, and ta-da, there you go. So if you don't have graphite paper, you could just take your pencil, scribble all over the back of an outline, a drawing that you made, and then just use that. Now you can trace over those lines and they're going to appear on the other side. I know this side's going to be really dark, so I'm like, I'm going to put a little happy face in there. That's my little happy face for just for you, Sangha. Yeah, that's probably the easiest, simplest way to do it. Hope that helps. Okay, so let's go to our next step. The next thing we want to do is we want to apply a priming layer of paint, or what the Italians called the Imprimatura. This is a technique that's been around for 500 plus years. All the great classical painters use this technique. Now, this would not be what Toulouse-Lautrec did, because he often painted on cardboard or printed onto paper, both of which were a little bit kind of brownish to begin with. So because we're going to try to replicate the look of this painting, we definitely want to do this, even though he didn't do this, if that makes any sense. So maybe before we do that, let's just talk about the colors that I'm going to use anyway. So I'm using a system called the Split Primary Palette. I wish I had known about this 20 years ago when I was in art school. It wasn't until after I graduated and I started teaching that I did more and more research, because if you got to teach something, you got to know it, right? And I looked at alternative methods of painting and mixing, and I stumbled upon this, and it was like light bulbs, just lots of light bulbs going off. Like, whoa, this makes so much sense. Why is this not the most popular method that everybody learns? Hey, that's what I'm doing here today. I'm trying to popularize this, because we can literally make about 95% of all the visible colors that the eye can see with just, well, really 7 tubes of paint, using 2 reds, 2 yellows, 2 blues, plus white. And we can even mix our own black. Sometimes I use black. I don't think I'll use black today. I rarely do, because I can mix my own black using this little recipe, which we'll come back to later on, because we are going to use mix our own black at some point. Now, this is the brand of paint that I'm going to use. It's called Amsterdam by Royal Talens, a Dutch company, hence Amsterdam. Considered to be a student-grade paint, or kind of semi-pro version. And where's a tube here? So a tube of this costs about $12 to $17, depending on where you're buying it from. I certainly wouldn't pay $30 or $25. You can find it much cheaper elsewhere. Sometimes Amazon, their prices are way higher than, so just don't buy everything off of Amazon, right? And again, I'm not sponsored. No one gave me any free paint, no free supplies, no vacations to Hawaii to wine and dine me to promote this paint. I just think it's your best bet for the buck, the highest quality for the lowest price, right? They should sponsor me, but anyway, so I'm going to use this, and I'm going to start with this Azo Yellow Deep as my Imprimatura. Now, you could use any other color, or you don't have to use one at all. We'll talk about that in a moment. If you want to use golden, this is, for instance, here's golden paint. This tube of paint's about $30, $15. So twice the price. It is higher quality, but will you notice? Will anybody else notice? Probably not. And I'm always a big advocate of using less expensive materials when you're learning to paint, at least. Because then if it doesn't turn out the way you want, you're like, there's like, $2 worth of paint in there? $2 canvas? Yeah, it's like I spilled my coffee on the way to work. Versus if you were to make a painting with this, and you're not happy with it, well, you might feel like, it's just like I bought coffee for the whole office, and I dropped it on the way to work. Different kind of bummer, right? So here you can use Liquitex as well. They also have a professional grade. This is the names are going to be very similar. The main difference you might notice, instead of saying cadmium yellow light hue, it might just say cadmium yellow light. Hue is often a sign that that's a synthetic paint made in a laboratory, which most paints are now, because cadmium is super toxic. So generally, especially student grade paint is using mostly non-toxic materials, or far less toxic. You still don't want to eat any of this stuff. You got Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft, Buzz, Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chromacolor, but not Museum Color nor Peebo. I'm not a big fan of either of those brands because they mix a lot of white into the paint. All these paints mix a little bit of white in there to increase the opacity of the paint, to make it less transparent. But these two brands do way too much of that, and it just makes it impossible to mix a black. Makes all of your colors look kind of a little bit dim and pastel, which if you want pastel, great, but if you don't, then you're just going to drive yourself bonkers using this. Okay, so I'm like, where did I put my palette? A little bit of a panic there. Like, oh no. Okay, so let's get my palette ready here. Put my little labels on here. Let's start out with some warm yellow. Now, these jars are just Amsterdam paint that I've scooped out the remaining little bits of paint in the jar, and I'm going to use them for painting, as opposed to just throwing those tubes out. I like to save as much as possible, and you'll see some of these jars have a lot of paint. Like, that's maybe 2 tubes of paint at least in there, and that's just from I think 5 different tubes where I couldn't squeeze any more paint out of. So it says, thanks. The problem is my ink has run out. LOL, then buy ink and printer not working. Oh, well, there you go. You can't print, so you get more ink, and then you try to print, and oh, it's the printer's not working now. That's Murphy's Law, right? What can go wrong will go wrong. I'm not sure how much of each of these paints I'm actually going to end up using. Sometimes I don't end up using 1 or 2 of these colors, and it's possible that that might be with this painting as well. So of course you can just watch and go like, oh well, he didn't use warm blue at all. Well, I don't have to squeeze that out of the tube. You also notice, like, when I'm doing this, still have a little bit of that paint on there. I'm not super concerned about a little bit of paint contaminating the jar. There's enough paint in there. Maybe the only one that I'm a little bit more careful with is my white. Because obviously if you get a little bit of color in the white jar, that can make it hard to oh. Looks like that's pretty much dried up anyway, so we'll just use this tube. Okay. So I just smear paint all over my face. I remember when I was in art school, I had a teacher, may he rest in peace, Richard Halliday. An amazing teacher, crazy, wild guy. But he was just notorious for every class. By the end of class, his whole face would be covered in charcoal. He was just like so messy, so wild. He'd be touching everyone's drawings, smearing his hands all over everything. Like I remember, like he would come up and you'd be working on a drawing, and he would just like take his fingers and start smearing your graphite all over, and you're like, "What do you? Oh no! Oh!" But it was kind of, it's some, you know, I remember some people being super upset about that. But what it taught me was like, you know what? It's just a drawing. You're in art school. You're here to learn. You're not creating masterpieces in your drawing class. Get over yourself. You're here to learn. Like, stop being so precious about things. I was actually telling a similar story the other day when I was teaching in person. It's like, when I was, before I went to art school, I was super anal retentive about like fingerprints on my artwork. Like I remember I probably spent more time erasing fingerprints on my drawings than I spent actually doing the drawings. And I would just like be constantly erasing and cleaning and my artwork. And then you go to art school and everything is covered in a fine layer of graphite. You know, you wear your nice, you know, khaki pants. Khaki was big back in the 90s. Wear your khaki pants, your corduroys to school, and you sit down on a stool, and 20 minutes later your butt is covered in is black. And you put your paper down and try to draw in the library, and that turns black or green or brown, or there's oil paint all over. And that helped me kind of get over my need for cleanliness and things. Because it's just like, you know what, this is just a lost cause here. I'm never going to win this battle. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry this because I think I'm going to do another color on top of this. So just going to mute for a minute. See, okay, so I always get questions, and I'm happy to answer them about why we do an Imprimatura. Why not just paint directly onto the white canvas? And that's what I used to do up until maybe, well, 20 years ago. There's, especially like in art history, or you go to art school and you take painting classes, a lot of the beginnings of those classes are about preparing the canvas. In fact, I remember the first painting class I took at art school, we spent the first month learning how to build our own canvases. Go to the wood shop, cut the wood, stretch the canvas over the frame, nail it, sand it, gesso it, sand it, gesso it, sand it, gesso it. Because you can just sand or gesso and sand and gesso and sand many times. Like some artists do it like 10 times because they want just a ice smooth surface. And so that really gave me an appreciation for preparing that surface before you start painting on it. That it's like building a nice solid foundation. When all that care goes into this first step, it just feels like we're off to a really good start. And traditionally, artists would not use this warm yellow like I've got here. Most of the time, artists would use a like a rusty red, red brick color kind of thing, earthy tone. And that's certainly what Toulouse-Lautrec did when he painted on cardboard. In fact, I was watching this documentary, or it was a documentary or somebody doing a presentation on Toulouse-Lautrec, and they were talking about how one of the reasons why he used cardboard to paint on was because it usually had a brown or grayish quality, giving it this mid value, so he could lighten and darken very easily, because often he would use that to sketch, often in fairly dark environments like cabarets and bars and cafes late at night. He would do a lot of his sketching at night. And so it's a lot easier if you've got a drawing that's already half dark, then you can darken it, or you can lighten, and then you can also darken, rather than starting with a white piece of paper and everything has to, or starting with a white piece of paper, everything has to get darker. I'm trying mixing up my metaphor there, right? So I thought that was really interesting. It kind of blew my mind, because I've always just thought, like, well, the only reason you'd paint on cardboard is you can't afford paper or canvas, so it's sort of like a survival material. It's like only in case of necessity. And just listening to that, I was like, it kind of blew my mind, because I just recognized, like, oh, wow, that's my own interpretation kind of being superimposed on this material. Using that cardboard was not the sign of a starving artist. After all, Toulouse-Lautrec was very wealthy. He came from a very wealthy family, so he could afford whatever material he wanted. But he painted on cardboard because it made a lot of sense. It was sort of like painting on a primed canvas. Paula said, what's the Dropbox number? It's near the top there. I'll just show you again. I'll put it in the chat. So, let's take a look at the original painting again. So one thing that becomes apparent is I could just leave, now let's still put these side by side. I could potentially just leave this yellow all by itself there and not paint anything more now that I've got that paint applied there. Do I want to do that is the question. Because what I was planning on doing was painting this color, this kind of aged newsprint, we call like an unbleached titanium color. I still think I'm going to do that. And I think, you know what, I'm probably going to paint over the whole thing anyway, but I could just leave that blank, and I could just start painting in those shapes, but I think I want to... we want to mix that color. So let's mix it right here. Let's take our warm yellow. I don't want to make that. Let's make it cool. I wonder if this is going to turn into a black. Ah! So it's a little bit on the greenish side. That means we need more red to make a go brown. There we go. So there's some white and matte medium. So you can see I put maybe 4:1 acrylic paint or matte medium to white paint. And that might be, well, you know, I think I need to make it a little bit darker. Maybe even more. Okay, that's pretty good. I think I could probably go even darker still. But I don't want to go too dark. Even though that might be closer to what he did, or how the paper looks at least today. Just flicked some paint somewhere. Saw a big gob of paint fly off to the side. I'm like, oh, it's right on my iPad. Okay, look at that in a moment. Okay, so that might have been a little bit too much medium, a little bit less white than maybe I needed. Let's just see. I think that's actually pretty close. I don't mind if it's a little bit semi-transparent. In fact, I might just blow dry this, and just the areas where I know that that color is really coming through, I'm going to do a little bit more there. Senga says, Dropbox first file's empty. What about materials we need? I did a whole. Okay, there should be something in there, but if not, there's a whole episode as part of this series on supplies and materials. So I mean, that's really where you should start, so that you have all of that information, right? That's why I made that episode like that, so that you can hear me explain and probably answer any questions you might have. I'll take a look after the show, but there's a whole like 2-hour-long episode answering everybody's commonly asked questions and things. As I said, Senga, like here, I'll show you the, click that link I just put in the description. It's going to take you to the playlist for the Master Study series. Click on the first episode, and any question you've got about supplies, it's all right there. But the cool thing with painting, especially acrylic painting, is you don't need a lot to get started. I mean, you basically need the paint, a canvas, a brush, a cup of water, a lid or a palette, piece of plastic, plexiglass, cup or bowl or dish to mix your paints on, and then you're good to go. Okay, I'm just going to blow dry this. So here we've got a little bit of uneven areas of color. We'll see. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference when I paint over top of it, but hey, we'll see. Just sometimes there's little glops of paint, little bits of. And so let's zip in here. So Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec is born in 1864 and passes away in 1901 at the young age of only 36 years old. So one of the great tragedies of art is that Toulouse-Lautrec was only really productive for, what, maybe 10 years, maybe even less because of his alcoholism. So let's look at where, so he's born in this little town, or, well, it's a small city, large town, Albi, in the south of France. Let's just zoom back out here. These are all areas of paintings we've looked at times. So here's Toulouse, which is a quite large city in the south of France towards the Spanish border here. And he's born in this little town, Albi, here outside of Toulouse. And I think that should already tell you, Toulouse-Lautrec, that he comes from a family of wealth, because they're literally, the city's name is in his name, right? It shows kind of a little bit of the heritage of that family. Toulouse-Lautrec is born into a aristocratic family. His father was a count, Charles Comte de Toulouse-Lautrec Montfa, and his parents were first cousins, meaning that both his father and mother, both of their mothers were sisters. Does that make sense? His parents' mothers were sisters. Right? So there was this kind of family history of inbreeding that played kind of genetic havoc on the family, and this was not too uncommon throughout European royal lineages, where there was a lot of that type of thing happening, and led to a number of genetic disorders being more prevalent within those bloodlines, including even the English royal family, right? Which some people like to make fun of, like Charles and his big ears. Maybe is that something to do with a history of family inbreeding, for instance? But that did lead to many of the health problems that Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec suffered from, I was going to say later in life, but even in early childhood. So same sort of thing. He had a younger brother who also passed away quite young. And I just watched last night the original Moulin Rouge film from 1952. Let me just bring that up. And this is actually a really good movie. Highly recommended it. This one, unlike the newer version of Moulin Rouge, which came out in, 2001? So probably many of you have seen this movie already, the Baz Luhrmann directed film starring Nicole Kidman and Ewan McGregor. Great movie, but it's, this sort of love story that kind of takes place in and around the Moulin Rouge, and all the characters that were there, including Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, played by John Leguizamo. Features in the movie, but he's a supporting actor, supporting character in that film. Whereas in the original Moulin Rouge from 1952, it's really all about Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, starring José Ferrer in the role of Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. And the reason I just bring this up is that in that film there is the suggestion that Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec's father leaves the family because he feels that the relationship between him and his wife is the reason. Well, I mean, it is the reason why their children had genetic defects, but he sort of, anyway, he absconds from the family because of that. So I don't know exactly the truth about that, but the family does kind of fall apart after the death of Toulouse-Lautrec's brother, and then a nanny comes in and takes care of the family. The Toulouse-Lautrec's mother features quite prominently in his life, as has with many artists. There's like Andy Warhol, for instance, had his mother move in with him throughout, that whole Studio 54 era. Andy Warhol's mother was at home making breakfast all the way, until she passed away. So she remained quite a major presence in his life, as does women in general in the life of Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. So as a young boy, he has like all of these health issues, health problems, and it really he really struggled as a young boy. And his mother would take him to these like hot springs, these kind of natural salt spring baths where they're and he would bathe for like hours at a time, trying to find ways to help him with he had this slightly deformed lip that always caused him to kind of have a slightly runny nose, and he's always sniffling all the time. Which you could imagine, just anybody who's ever had a runny nose, we all know how frustrating that is. Just, can you imagine having that your entire life? Always sniffling. And we all know how annoying it is being next to someone. If you have a partner or a child who's constantly sniffling. Imagine, so Toulouse-Lautrec had a lot of hurdles to overcome throughout his life. So he's already kind of a little bit behind already here. There's conflicting stories of exactly what happened, but over the course of 1 year, he falls and breaks one leg, and as that's healing, he falls and breaks the other leg. So he breaks both legs in a span of 1 year, and that is, and again, it's probably due to some sort of genetic issue where those bones would not fuse properly after they broke, or the bones were weak to begin with, or both. Either way, his legs essentially ceased to grow, and there's this. One of the things that comes up with the Toulouse-Lautrec was he a little person or not? And so the common misconception is that he was born as a little person, but was actually his upper torso from his legs down was identical to that of a typical French man. It's his legs that were about 1/3 smaller because they didn't heal and the bones weren't fusing properly after they were broken. So he really struggled to walk. He used a cane, and sometimes 2 canes to walk himself. And that was for him, as well as his kind of small facial lip issue, made him super self-conscious about his body. And he was, for really his entire life, first of all, he was ridiculed by people, and by little children, and as he grew older, by teenagers, and as he grew older, by adults. And so he was constantly being mocked by people. And so you can just imagine how being bullied your whole life would make you feel super insecure and anxious. And he in the few letters that he wrote a letter to his grandmother where he talked about how his father always saw him as an outsider. And whether his father said that or not, that's certainly how he perceived himself, as someone who didn't belong where he was, and potentially felt like he didn't even belong in his own family. He blamed himself for the breakup of his parents, the dissolution of their marriage. He blamed upon himself, because certainly that's what's suggested, at least in the Moulin Rouge film, that his father left because of Henri's physical issues. So I mean, you can just imagine that's a lot for a child to take on. So as he's growing up, he's unable to really participate in sports in school. And so his mother, what she does is provides him with some art materials as a way of trying to help him, keep himself busy during these many surgeries that he's having on his legs. Because one of the things that's happening is that, the bones aren't fusing. So they're like, well, we're gonna have to break your legs again. And they break them again, and then, they don't fuse again. Let's break them again. Oh, can you imagine? And this is a time kind of maybe at the very, very beginning of painkillers and anesthetics, but probably not. Oh, that's just brutal. So, he's now starting. So he's kind of learning how to draw and paint, and he actually starts to show some great progress in that direction. So his mother sends him to Paris to learn how to paint with another portrait painter, Léon Bonnat. I'm not really familiar with this artist, but he taught at the École des Beaux-Arts, which is a thing. And so this is before he attends school. He's sort of doing some private lessons with this portrait painter / professor at the local art school in Paris. That's because of the family's great wealth. They're able to kind of get him access to these classes and kind of tutors to help him along the way. But that those lessons proved very important for the young Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. Him learning how to draw very skillfully, basically in the academic fashion, doing a lot of figure studies, learning about anatomy and proportion, things you can learn in my free drawing course here on YouTube. So he spends a lot of time doing a lot of practicing, and he gets super skillful about being able to draw people while they're moving around. So he can look out his window, from his bed, and he can draw people and horses and dogs and birds, buildings and scenes. When he's actually outside, he would often, because he was so ashamed of his legs, for instance, one thing he would often do is he would just sit at a coffee shop for hours and hours and hours until there were few people around, and then he would get up. Because if his legs were underneath like a tablecloth, people would have no idea that he was any different than anybody else. It was only until he stood up where people were like, whoa, what's going on? Because as I said, from the waist up, he looked just like you and me, right? So he would, because he was so ashamed and afraid that people would see him for who he really was, he would just stay for hours and hours and hours, just draw and draw and draw. And then once everybody had gone away, that's when he would get up. So he just filled volumes and volumes and volumes of sketches. And I think, considering, what he was up against, that was probably the best way possible to deal with the challenges that he faced. I mean, there would certainly be a lot of other people who would have just given up right there. But he felt that he certainly had a gift for drawing, and he had determination. So that opened lots of doors for him. So when he moved to from Toulouse or Albi to Paris to study with Léon Bonnat at the École des Beaux-Arts, he settled in Montmartre. And Montmartre is and was, or at least it certainly was at the time, on the outskirts of Paris, the center of Paris. So Montmartre, is kind of up in this area, but really the center part of Paris in the 80s was kind of around here. Obviously, Paris has expanded greatly since then, over the past 100 years. But Montmartre at that time was really the edge of Paris. I mean, there's literally, the Moulin Rouge, which Toulouse-Lautrec becomes so closely associated with, was literally a legitimate operating windmill along a river on the outskirts of Paris, which they used for power to grind grain and stuff, because a lot of this surrounding area around Paris was farmland. So it was, very, at least it had been very rural, kind of countryside. By the 1880s, it's now, it's not so rural anymore. Obviously, the Moulin Rouge is no longer a functioning windmill and is now becomes a cabaret, like a club, bar, restaurant. And some of the other buildings in that neighborhood, in fact, so remember we talked about a lot of, we've talked about some of this before. When we talked about Bonnard had his studio nearby, and Bonnard, who was also a post-impressionist painter, as we'll see, we'll get into all that in a moment here. But the Moulin, this whole area, Montmartre, it was kind of a fairly. There was also some hills, and that's what it means, like Mount Montmartre. What does Mount mean? Let's just take. Martyrs Hill. Okay, interesting. I did not know that. So Martyrs Hill, because right here Montmartre is the big cemetery. So also there are a lot, this area was, long story short, Montmartre was on the edge of Paris, and it was also kind of like the red light district for Paris. It was where a lot of the seasonal workers who would come in from out of town would stay. There was a lot of like temporary lodging. It's the kind of place, like here in Vancouver, we have an area, a very poor area called the downtown east side. There's a lot of these single room occupancy places, or SROs, where people, pretty down on their luck are living and staying in. And so that's basically exactly what, or in LA, Skid Row, what was in New York, we used to call it like Hell's Kitchen. So it was on the outskirts of town. It was the red light district. You have a lot of poor people living in this area. You have a lot of artists and performers, circus performers living in this area. A lot of people, because just like today, a lot of artists like to get their studios in the cheapest place possible, on the outskirts of town or in some of those poorer areas. And so, of course, that's where Toulouse-Lautrec moved into. That's where he was taking these classes with Léon Bonnat. So, of course, one of the major venues in that neighborhood is the Moulin Rouge, and through that's and similar, Le Chat Noir. That's where he meets a lot of other artists, including he becomes friends with Emile Barnard and Vincent van Gogh, Paul Gauguin, and eventually Suzanne Valadon. Suzanne Valadon, she was, if you recall, almost 4 years ago now, we did a painting of a cat, Suzanne Valadon's cat. That was what some people think is maybe Toulouse-Lautrec's first and only really serious romantic relationship. Because she was an artist as well as model. Originally, she was a model and posed for lots of artists. She was probably one of the most popular models in Paris around that time. Here's her posing for Auguste Renoir. These are some of her paintings. So here's her posing with her husband for painting Roussenal's painting. There's a self-portrait of her. That's her son, Maurice. Her son, Maurice Outrelot, becomes also a very famous artist as well. Let's see here. Let's find the portraits by... So here's a portrait of Suzanne Valadon by Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, the artist of today. You can see here, this is from 1885. So this is about 5 years before today's artwork that we're going to do was created. And you can see how inspired Toulouse-Lautrec is by his friend Vincent van Gogh. You can really see this almost looks like an early Van Gogh painting. The way that paint is applied, very similar to Van Gogh. Here's another portrait of Suzanne by Renoir. And then this is also maybe one of the more famous Toulouse-Lautrec paintings. It's called The Hangover. It was actually named that by Aristide Bruant, the subject of today's painting. The Hangover, starring Suzanne Valadon, featuring her or of her. This painting is purported to show kind of the increase in alcoholism amongst women during this time, because really prior to that, this period of time in French history, you have women are starting to get a little bit more freedom and are able to kind of go out on their own, and that also leads to more and more women also, falling prey to alcohol, and so that's partly what this image was about. Okay. So he falls in love with Suzanne Valadon. One of the things with Toulouse-Lautrec is this sort of conflicted relationship with love and relationships. I mean, he was very insecure about his body, and I think that made him... he always kept people at a distance, especially the women in his life. And that's one of the reasons why he becomes a frequent visitor to brothels and enjoys the company of sex workers. And because I think he is always suspicious that the women in his life are there for his money rather than for him as an individual. Because again, Toulouse-Lautrec comes from a very, very wealthy family. So he often dressed in like the finest clothing and had a very distinctive long top hat that he wore. But he was just convinced that no quote unquote real woman would want to be with him. So he instead he felt, well, if I'm going to be paying for the company of women, I might as well pay for a professional. suppose. Which is quite sad. And so one of the things is that he ends his relationship after 2 years of a relationship with Suzanne Valadon. He broke up with her, and then she attempted suicide in 1888, which is super sad. And that's kind of hinted at in that film, the original Moulin Rouge. They don't have a character, Suzanne Valadon, but he has a couple of relationships with two women that he kind of keeps at arm's length, and one of them certainly descends into alcoholic oblivion because of his choices there, because he's so convinced that no sane woman would want to be with him. It's very, very, very tragic. And so at this point, we should also talk about the fact that he also becomes a major, massive alcoholic. He develops a serious dependency on alcohol. Part of that is because he would go to these clubs where, like the Moulin Rouge, the Chat Noir, and he would go there and hang out with Van Gogh and many of the other post-impressionist painters. And because he was so self-conscious about his legs, he would just stay there he would get there when it opened at, let's say, 8 o'clock at night, and he would stay there until 2, 3, 4 in the morning until the place closed down and everybody left. So, and he would be sitting there sketching and drawing, but he would be drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking all night long. And so, there's a number of things that are, that are coming together there to really cause him major health problems. So, he would be drinking. He became famous for this drink. I don't know if it's listed here in Wikipedia, but what is it called? I think it's the... So he becomes famous for this drink called the Earthquake Cocktail, le Tremblement de Terre, which was a mixture of half absinthe and half cognac in a wine goblet. So you're talking about like a drink maybe even bigger than that, filled with half absinthe, half cognac, and he would guzzle these things down. Now, cognac is pretty strong on its own, but absinthe is super strong, right? Like, absinthe is... I don't think we've talked about absinthe before in all these episodes. I don't know if you can even buy absinthe, real absinthe. I remember when I used to drink, years ago, I was served absinthe, but I was never really convinced it was actual absinthe, because I think actual absinthe is pretty much banned in most places, because it was, especially back in the day of Toulouse-Lautrec, the standards for brewing and distilling alcohol were not maybe as strong as they are today. And in fact, in this area, because it's on the outskirts, technically on the outside of Paris, excuse me, so Moulin Rouge is technically not part of Paris at this time. It's kind of like on the outer edge of the city, where the laws are really flexible, and in fact, the nuns in Montmartre would brew their own beer and wine because it wasn't taxed over there. So it was in Montmartre you could get drunk with very little money. And you're imagining Toulouse-Lautrec is an extremely wealthy young man. Again, terrible combination. You're a young man. You have basically unlimited money. The alcohol is super cheap. Alcohol is largely produced by unregulated producers who are, using maybe dubious methods and ingredients. and you're super ashamed of your body, so you're spending the entire operational hours of a bar. I mean, it's just so obviously he does not do well. He develops this huge dependency on alcohol. He also, because he likes the company of sex workers, he's develops syphilis. He contracts syphilis, which was a terrible transmitted disease, and that also played horrible havoc on his body, on his health, and it just was like this spiral. He's going down and down and down. I'm going to continue this discussion about maybe his other parts of his life in the next episode. But just suffice to say that it doesn't go well. It's not a happy ending to the life of Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. He eventually, he's committed to a sanatorium to help rid himself, to wean himself off of alcohol. And for a brief time, he managed to recover. He returns back to Montmartre, and you probably guess what was about to happen. He gets right back to his old habits, and succumbs to either syphilis or alcoholism in a short period of time, and passes away at age 36. So his real major periods of activity in his life are from about 1885 to 1901. Well, he dies in 1901, but really the last year or so of his life is not very productive. He does make a number of artworks while he's in the sanatorium, a whole series of artworks about circus performers. Maybe we'll talk about that next episode. He talks about that as having been like he bought himself his freedom with those artworks, because he basically made them to convince the doctors that he was healthy enough to be let out. And as soon as he was let out, he returned to his old ways. So so you could see most of these works here from 1890. Let's just jump to, I just want to go, come on. Stuff, his earliest pieces here. So 1871, that's, how old is he when 1871? That's impossible. That's what, he would be 7 years old when he did that? I don't think he's, well, I mean, that's possible. This is around the time where he breaks both of his legs. So that's when, what, he's like 12 years old, apparently. He's making that painting. Are you kidding me? Wow. I mean, I still couldn't make a painting like of a horse as good as these. I mean, a little bit clumsy, but for a 12, 13-year-old kid, wow. Like, incredible. So you can, so that's totally a wrong date. Wow. 1881. So that's what he's 17 years old when he's making these paintings. 16, 17, 18, around that time. Here he's like, what, 18 years old now? Wow. I'm sure some people are looking, are like, wow, if this is what he was doing when he's 18, 19 years old. His father, obviously, even though he had left the family, had stayed in some kind of contact with his father. His father was certainly not impressed that he was interested in becoming an artist. It's not until the very, very end of his life where his father kind of recognizes the success of his son, but by that point, he is too far gone from his diseases to. oh, I should also say, I haven't mentioned before too, and I don't think it's in the Wikipedia article, but one of the major influences in the work of Toulouse-Lautrec is Japanese prints. Japanese printmaking starts to flood the European markets in about 1860, 1870. Artwork by Hiroshige and Hokusai being the two probably most prominent, most famous printmakers of the time. And we've talked about how Van Gogh was a like die-hard fan of Japanese art. Claude Monet was such a fan of Japanese art, he built a Japanese garden in his backyard in Giverny. And so one of the things that Toulouse-Lautrec does is he's not only becomes a huge fan of Japanese art, just like his friend Van Gogh. Van Gogh makes reproductions and collects Japanese art. And we know this because Van Gogh, in his paintings of his bedroom, for instance, we see those Japanese prints hanging on the wall. He painted them. He even painted a copy of Hiroshige's, which is that painting? I can't remember what the name of it, but he made a copy of it. And but Toulouse-Lautrec becomes so fascinated with Japanese prints that he becomes interested in printmaking himself, and probably no single other person in Europe anyway had more influence on the history of printmaking and poster art as we know it than Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. Maybe we should save that for the... Wow, okay, yeah. Let's save that for the next episode, because we're already running late here. Lolly says, anyone else having audio issues or just me? I hope not. I hope you can hear me. I hope there's no problem. Okay, so let's wrap up here. We'll talk about like about what lithography is in the next episode, because I think I've been talking for like over an hour. So let's get on with this. Next, let's decide if we want to do any underpainting at all, or if we want to just start laying in color. So let's take a look at the original here and just make a quick decision. I don't think so. I think I can do this painting without doing any outlines because it's relatively simple, and it's always easier to do the outlines afterwards at the very end. So let's do that. Okay, let's skip over the underpainting. So, and the way that I usually define underpainting is doing any kind of darker line work over top of our underdrawing. I know that's not the definition that necessarily everybody uses for an underpainting, but that's how I define it. A lot of artists have use the same words for different things, but that's how I've come to use it. And because sometimes artists will combine underdrawing, imprimatura, and underpainting all into one step, particularly if you're a more gestural painter and you're just literally painting or drawing with your paintbrush if you're painting something from life, like a flower or a face or anything. Let's go into the background and start putting some colors down there. I think because this painting is relatively simple, we can get away with that no problem. So, so let's, I'm just reading the chat there. Okay, so with our background, I've already got some of, where should we start? Let's bring these up side by side. I mean, I could paint this yellow in a solid warm yellow, because last time I added water here, it was a little bit transparent. I could have decided to just paint this, you know, the letters in with this color and just be done with it, But I decided I always just like having lots of layers of paint on there. For me, it's just like, you know, it's like you got your pizza dough and you got your pizza sauce, and then you got some toppings and cheese and maybe Parmesan and crushed red peppers. And I like having layers on here as opposed to just puzzle piece shapes of perfectly colored stuff. So what do we got to do? We're going to put a warm yellow in here, a warm blue, warm red, and a cool blue back there. Maybe let's start with our cool blue back there, since it's the furthest thing away. One of the things also, I should say, with the work of Toulouse-Lautrec is his colors tend to be matte and slightly muted, less intense colors. In fact, this image that I've got up here, I've probably... Oops, come on. So this image, I've actually dialed up the saturation a little bit because the original, many of the prints, if you see them in person, the original ones, yes, they've faded over time, but they're also, the colors were never super, super saturated. In fact, John Huston, the director of that original Moulin Rouge film, I was reading this earlier. So it was reported that John Huston asked cinematographer Oswald Morris to render the color scheme of the film, Moulin Rouge, to look as if Toulouse-Lautrec had directed it, quote unquote. Moulin Rouge was shot in 3-strip Technicolor. The Technicolor projection print is created by dye transfer from 3 primary colored gelatin matrices, and this permits great flexibility in controlling density, blah, 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 blah. Huston asked Technicolor for a subdued palette rather than the sometimes gaudy colors that glorious Technicolor was famous for. Technicolor was reportedly reluctant to do this. So this gives you an idea, even back then in the 1950s, you know, this is, you know, only 50 years after Toulouse-Lautrec died, that one of the things Toulouse-Lautrec had become known for is this kind of slightly desaturated, muted palette where the colors weren't, you know, maybe as brilliant and as strong as the Impressionists. And I think that's really fascinating because I think when we think of the Impressionists, we think of bright, saturated color. And then when we think of the post-Impressionists, like Van Gogh or Bonnard, we think of colors that are just somehow even more bright. And so we think, well, here's Toulouse-Lautrec. If he's friends with Van Gogh, right, then we just should have really, really bright colors. And yet, with Toulouse-Lautrec, a lot of his colors are actually a little bit more muted. Part of that is the way that he was painting. When he painted, and when he's painting on cardboard, he's really diluting the paint with a lot of turpentine. Remember, he's painting with oil paint. And that turpentine soaks into the cardboard. And we're talking, the cardboard used back in the 1800s was not the corrugated cardboard we know today. It was more like, well, you know what? It's probably a lot like what's inside of this. There's probably a kind of, sometimes it's wood in here, but most of the time it's like a really, really hard, fine pressed cardboard, right? Really stiff. It's like the cardboard we know, but just without the corrugations, and very, very solid. So he's painting on that, and that cardboard is absorbing the paint that's super diluted, super thinned out with paint thinner, giving it that super matte quality. So I guess, long story short, I'm just thinking out loud, like, how bright or dull do I want to make these colors? Because I really like bright colors. I'm very tempted to go kind of bright, but is it okay if I go not super bright, but also not super dull either? Okay, I'm thinking about maybe can I use my brown that I made earlier? Remember the color that I mixed into here to make my... Okay, let's see, let's just do a little experiment. I'm going to take my brown, I'm going to take a little bit of white, mix that together, and then I'm going to take some of my cool blue, mix this in here. So what that's doing is it's just sort of killing some of the most intense areas of that brown, or of that blue. You know, you can see how it just looks a little bit more dull. I actually really like how that looks. I think that's, yeah, I love. Well, let's just see side by side. That's pretty close. We could always glaze back in with a little bit of a darker blue, or a little bit more cool blue on top of this. In fact, I probably will want to do something so that this looks just a little bit more opaque, because it's going to look a little bit transparent here. So okay, let's zoom in. Yeah, you can see how kind of light that color is at the moment. It might be just a little bit too much. But I think that maybe one more coat could probably do it. I'm not going to be super worried about doing perfect outlines, because I'm going to outline this again anyway. You know, so if worse comes to worse and I don't like how this looks, I can always just paint over it and then use the existing color from the first layer of this kind of Imprimatura and paint back into it. But actually, yeah, this color maybe should go a little bit more cool blue. But I kind of dig how it looks at the moment. Okay, so what I need to do is blow dry this, because if I just keep on painting, you see what happens? How sometimes it seems like I'm almost like lifting paint off. So let's blow dry that. Look at all these questions. Senga asks, what is the best color pencils to get? Pastel, wax, etc. The pencils that I like. Let's see one where you can read the. So these are the Caran d'Ache. Let me see if I got one that's easier to read. Do I have the whole box here? Where's my... Oh, I took it to school. I just have these little bits left. Oh, here's a Faber-Castell one. Both of these are like watercolor based pencils, or they're not watercolor based, but they're water activated. So you can draw with them, and then if you want, you can activate them with water, and they turn into watercolors. I think they're a little bit more expensive, that's for sure, but you can use cheap colored pencils. It's just if you want to layer those colors on top of one another, the cheap pencils from the dollar store don't work all that well. They the color will, the wax in those colors will reject the next layer. So that's why using a little bit more expensive pencil crayons can be really worthwhile, because they you can layer them kind of endlessly on top of one another. They have little to no wax inside. I think if you try using, if you use nice colored pencils, it's hard to use cheap colored pencils afterwards. A lot of other art supplies are like, I wouldn't necessarily say that about acrylic paint. You can use expensive acrylic paint and you're like, wow, that looks great. I can see some difference. But it's, not a necessity to make a painting with really good acrylics. But if you use nice colored pencils, because nice colored pencils, because the pigment, there's a higher pigment load, they tend to be much softer, easier to draw with. So they take the pressure off of your hands. Just really all nice, all around great materials to use. I like that color. It really kind of glows. So in this color, I've got that kind of a cooler brown, although I had warm yellow in there as well. So cool blue, cool red, warm yellow, and then I added white and more cool blue into that mixture to go from brown to blue. I am kind of making my life a little bit more difficult using this bigger brush to do these fine details. But I'm probably going to touch it up. Well, we'll see. I was going to say I'm going to touch it up, but maybe I don't need to, but... Now, before I just clean this brush, let's just take a look at these two side by side. Color's pretty close. It might need a little bit more blue, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scoop the rest of this paint into a bit of a blob here, so that if I do want to use it again, let's say an hour from now, I should be able to find a little bit of paint left in there to use. Because I want to move on. I'm not exactly sure if that's exactly the color I want. So before I just spend the next hour tinkering in that area, I want to get more paint in place. So let's go to this warm yellow on the other side here. And this one's just pretty straightforward. This is just warm yellow. So I'm just going to take this right out of the jar. So this is a much more saturated warm yellow than had I just used my... Even if I had left that area of the Imprimatura just blank, I probably would have come back and added this color over top of it anyway, just to make it more intense. Gosh, that is pretty yellow. I wonder if I should make that a little bit more orangey. Okay, I guess I'm going to have to switch to a smaller brush just to get into some of these nooks and crannies here. So one thing I like to do when I'm painting with a small brush is have another brush handy just to smooth out any of those little fiddly bits, so I don't build up too much unwanted texture. I mean, I have nothing against texture, but in some areas it could really make life difficult when if I'm doing extra layers over top of it. So Okay, so I'm going to blow dry that real quick. Senga asked for a link, and Lolly just sent the link there for pencils. There's in the video description below. There should be also a list of like 100 different art supplies in there too. So check out the video description below for information as well, because I put it all there. So some videos maybe have less of it because maybe I had to add extra links for some of the things I put in the biographies, but for the most part they should have all the information about the paint and links to buy paint and palettes and the different mediums. And thank you, Lolly, for your help there. Ever so helpful as always. Another thing too about just doing all of these letters, I know this can be very difficult for some people. This is all about like learning to do this kind of stuff is learning brush control, really. Is learning how to use your brush to get into tight spaces. And I know it seems maybe super obvious to some people, but using a smaller brush is the secret to being able to do this. I can't tell you how many times when I'm teaching in person, I will see people, and I'm not kidding you, trying to do what I'm doing right now with a brush this big. And they're just like, oh, this is so difficult. It's looking sloppy. And I'm thinking, why don't you use a smaller brush? Like, that, why are you giving yourself so much grief? Like, that just... like, you probably... I can't think of many paintings that I've ever done, especially the ones on this channel here, as part of this, especially this Master Study series, that I use just one paintbrush throughout the entire process. Most of the time I'm starting from bigger brushes and then getting progressively smaller as the painting goes on. And so the bigger the brush, the harder it is to get into those little details. I mean, what's an example that in life people would be familiar with? I mean, it's like trying to eat with a pitchfork. You know, like, yeah, I mean, a pitchfork has uses for sure. Pitchfork is great for, you know, moving big clumps of wheat and stuff, but not so good for putting little bite-sized morsels in your mouth. And again, I know it sounds super obvious to some people, but it would probably be one of the top 5 things that I'm telling people I'm teaching in person. It's like, just use a smaller brush. My goodness, that's just, you're torturing yourself. Okay, I quite like that color. Let's just see them side by side. whenever it comes to art supplies, do research and find, first of all, find the cheapest one, because I'm always surprised at how one place, let's say with colored pencils, for instance, you might find one place that's selling colored pencils a set for $90. You're like, wow, that's expensive, but I guess that's how much they are. And then you'll find another place that's selling the exact same paint for like $25, and another place selling it for $60. So, and those, you know, those prices can change, so it's not always going to be cheaper on whatever website. Well, he says, I love how every metaphor Michael uses goes back to food. Paint layers and pizza, paintbrushes and cutlery always makes me hungry. Maybe I need to find healthier metaphors like jogging and what else would be healthy? Jogging, going to bed early, 8 hours of sleep, meditation, you know. All my metaphors are about food. Clearly, I think a little bit too much about food here. I need to find a healthier metaphor. Okay, let's look at this here. So this is interesting. This color is very similar to the background color, just darker. It wouldn't surprise me if it's the same base color. It's like a phthalo navy blue or something. And obviously it looks like it's... I don't think it's actually some sort of gradation of color. I think that's just the way it was printed or faded over time. How should I approach that color? I think I want it to be, I would certainly want to make it a little bit warmer than my cool blue up here. So I'm going to use cool blue. I might put a bit of, or sorry, warm blue. I'm going to use warm blue. That warm blue, if I just paint it directly onto this surface, will probably look pretty dark anyway. Let's try that. Well, let's just see. Let's take some warm blue. Oops. That is going to be too light. Or too vibrant, I think. Just going to wipe that away for right now. Should I mix a black now? I think I like this effect that the brown was having. I think I might go, though, mix my own brown. Let's take some warm red, warm yellow. Get a brown going. And then I'm just going to mix that into this blue. Oh, is that going to be too... Well, no, actually. Let's side by side. That's actually kind of perfect. Okay, let's just mix a bigger batch so I don't run out halfway through here. Ooh, I like that. So it is a little bit on the grayish side, just because I've mixed a lot of blue into that mixture. So it's essentially what I've got here is a very dark brown. I know, very dark bluish brown, because I got my warm red and warm yellow in there. Oh, yeah. That's great. Okay, so I'm probably going to have to do 2 coats of this. I'm going to leave a little gap there. I'm going to paint right over that signature and put the signature back afterwards. What a beautiful color. Maybe let's start up here. So again, notice how I start out by painting with a little brush, and then I'm just going to kind of blend to get rid of those sharp edges in there. I'm just cleaning it up with a smaller brush, so I don't see all that little fiddly stuff. I'm also going to do outlining throughout most of this painting as well. So it's not so important that I get perfect edges. Oops. I kind of think, like, actually, if this is a little bit sloppy, that's going to work in our favor. If this is too precise, it's not going to look like the work of Toulouse-Lautrec. Not that his work was sloppy, but it has like a very strong handmade quality to it, as opposed to it being, because a lot of posters in this era are done with typeset. You know, they're with movable type, right? Or so it looks, you know, I guess for our eyes, it would look like it was done on a computer, right? Like very not as free-flowing as this. Like the fact that he hand wrote all of these words was very different than the way most printing was done at the time. You know, and it helps. It brought the poster into the realm of art, rather than just being sort of a bit of an afterthought. It made it more personal, more artful, a little bit more raw. More organic. You could see how around this same time you have the rise of Art Nouveau. Probably one of the most famous, sort of most recognizable examples of Art Nouveau would be the French subway, or the Parisian subway, the Metropolitan stations, where everything, you know, that look very organic. It's like vines growing all over that form the fonts and the frame of that text. And so I think it's worth just noting that handmade look of things becomes very popular at this time. And it's worth just thinking about how similar that is to kind of our current world, where, you know, we're living in this era where everyone is all afraid about artificial intelligence and how, you know, it's going to destroy art. And I think it's going to go the opposite. I think more and more people are going to want to make art because it becomes so much easier to create something on a computer. Which sounds kind of contradictory. People are like, oh no, why would anybody want to make a painting when you can just go online, type in a word into a computer, and 20 seconds later a image of a painting gets spat out? You know, it's going to destroy art. Like, well, I'm sure for some people that will be exactly what their thought will be. It's like, well, good, I don't have to paint it now that it's been created. I just kind of see kind of the exact opposite. I mean, it's like, I'm sure people were saying, well, now that you can just go to McDonald's and get breakfast, will anybody actually cook anymore? Or is there any point in making a refrigerator? Or having grocery stores? Isn't you know, fast food just going to destroy the home cook? And I'm sure there's some people who don't cook at home. But I think there's also a segment of the population that is sort of more drawn to doing it yourself than ever before. Especially, I think, once you start realizing how easy some stuff is. It's like, it's like I was just at, a store here in Canada called Winners. I went there with my daughter to shop for shoes. It's just like a department store, and they have all of these framed generic prints, and some of them are like prints by, just like this, of Toulouse-Lautrec you can buy. And I think to myself two things. One is like, well, that's great, but wouldn't it be neat if, first of all, if people, instead of buying old art, if they supported their local artists and bought art from them for probably very similar prices too. You can certainly, one thing you may not know is, like, most art schools around the world around this time of the year have a big sale of student work that students mount a giant exhibition, and you can go and buy original artwork by up-and-coming young artists. In some cases, you can meet them yourself and get to know them and have the satisfaction of supporting a young artist in an early stage of their career. And get work for usually quite cheap. Often they're young students. Some of them are doing it to help pay for tuition, so you're supporting them that way. But for a young artist, just selling a painting is just like the greatest feeling of all time. And whether it's they sell it for $10, $50, or $1,000 is kind of irrelevant. It's that feeling of like, wow, that is so cool. Like, I created something, and now I can go for dinner. I paid for this food with my own art. So I'm just extending that T over. So I think two things. One, support your local artists or art students by buying their work, or make your own stuff. I think, like, man, you could, especially some of those, very hotel-like paintings of just splatters and their abstract things. I think, for that price, $100, you could just go buy a canvas and some supplies and have a blast splattering paint all over the place. So this is a little bit slow, for sure. So, I mean, this kind of painting is not, I don't think it's overly complex. It's just a bit time-consuming. Potentially, I could have laid in these colors and then used, like, white carbon paper to transfer that image on top so that I could just get these letter forms in afterwards. That could have worked. Or, I could have used the I just realized I could have tried to use the I took it upstairs. The gum that I can paint over top and then peel it off later like tape. Okay, so I'm just going to zoom out so you can see how that looks at this stage. Okay, I'm just going to clean these brushes so that I can do all that again. Well, he says, could you warm blue it and then glaze with the darker phthalo color? You could. You could. The thing is that, especially going around all these letters, the benefit of doing it all with the same color is that I might, because you can see how kind of fiddly that looks. Ideally, I'd like for that to be more solid, and if I'm glazing with a little brush, I'm going to see that over top of whatever color's there. So I'd much rather have a more solid, a color that I'm doing to the same, using that color twice. I do 2 coats of that same color, so it's going to stay more consistent and not as transparent, because glaze is transparent, right? So that might mean I might have to do 2 or 3 glazes like that, and each time I might make that situation potentially even worse. Senga says, when will you be giving feedback again on drawings? Probably not for a couple months. I mean, I spent 3 hours giving feedback on drawings just last week, and I went through all of the drawings that are on the Facebook group, so I mean, right now I think there's maybe 10 drawings on the Facebook group, so I mean, I'm going to be doing another feedback episode next week to catch up on the stuff that, all the paintings we didn't get to, and even more. So maybe I'll sneak in a little bit of feedback on any new drawings that are up on the Facebook at that stage. I mean, I can't imagine there's going to be that many new ones, maybe another 50 or so on there, which wouldn't take very long. But if you have any more, obviously the more you put on the Facebook group, the more that I can do, right? So, oh, and there's Pascal. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. And there's Randy. Well, I finally made it. Tacos for me. Chase says, can I ask you to do ceramics? Well, I appreciate the request. I'm certainly not a ceramicist. I've done lots of sculpture, but, and I've taught ceramics to little kids, but I don't know if I feel very comfortable teaching a ceramics class online here. So, I mean, I certainly appreciate the suggestion. I think you may have a little bit more confidence in my ability to do things than I might have. That might be a stretch too far for me. Okay, I'm going to blow dry this, and I'm going to go back over top of that one more time. Okay, so let's dive right back into this blue. And there you go. You see, now that we start painting that second layer, it just gets much more solid, less streaky. And again, you saw that I cleaned my brush before I did that second coat, or I cleaned both of these brushes. Just because it's, you know, after you've used a brush for like an acrylic paintbrush for 10-20 minutes, that paint is going to start drying on there, especially kind of on the inside of those bristles, and it starts to get harder to work with, and it's just a generally unpleasant experience. And it's always easier to paint with your tools that are all nice and clean. And you know, it's like I also, in another life, was a woodworker. I ran my own carpentry shop for a decade or more, building tables and chairs and installing artwork for rich people in Los Angeles. And one of the things, the big thing in woodworking is just keeping your studio clean. Like before you start cutting more wood, you just give things a little sweep up the studio so that in large part just a safety thing, because the cleaner that environment is, the less likely you're going to slip and fall on things or get distracted. So you want to try to get as close as possible up to these letters with that larger brush. It's going to clean up any of those kind of little fiddly lines. And you also don't want to do too many large areas all at once. You want to try to stay working kind of small. Because we want to try to do these edges before all that paint starts to dry. So notice how I did that whole left side first before moving on to this side. Otherwise I would start having much more patchy areas that would just drive me crazy. Let's zoom back in here. I'm glad I made a fairly large batch of this blue because as it is, I'm just barely going to have enough. There was a point where I was like, oh, I'm going to have a lot of that left over. I guess that's going to go on my J. DeFeo painting that I use all my extra paint for at the end of every session. And now I'm thinking like, oh no, I'm just barely gonna have enough to get through this next pass here. That's definitely something that comes with experience, is knowing how much paint to mix and how much paint's going to cover which area. I think if in doubt, make a little bit more. Worst comes to worse, you throw it out. But you can also create little, I know lots of artists that have like lots of these little yogurt containers full of paint. You can save that paint for another time in the future. So this does, now that I'm kind of deep into this, I do feel like there's probably a better way to have done this. That this is certainly not the most efficient. Nor perhaps even the one that's going to produce the highest quality. So the reason why his looks so much more refined than mine is because he was using a lithographic process, using a print making process. So he could paint out these individual layers and then through the printing process get very clean lines. Actually, I'll talk about it maybe more next class, about that whole lithographic process. But I will say in that John Huston film, Moulin Rouge from 1952, I was surprised to see they do a fairly good. There's a sequence where they sort of show him printmaking, and I was like, wow, that's actually. I did not expect them to go into that level of detail in a Hollywood film. Again, that's a different era where a little bit less people had maybe longer attention spans, perhaps. You know, if they made another movie all about Lautrec today, or if they tried to remake that movie, they probably would not have a sequence like that. They would focus entirely on the salacious aspects of his life, all of the drinking and visits to brothels, and it would definitely not be a family-friendly film. Not that the original was either. I think that 1952 Moulin Rouge, I would say, is like children-friendly. I mean, but it's also not like you'd have to shield your eyes, your children's eyes, while they watch it. I'm sure most kids would just be like, "Oh, this is boring. Oh, this is so dumb." As opposed to, like, you know, seeing stuff that might be age inappropriate. There's a little bit more hinting at some of the things than, because back in the day you had like the film code, and you had to kind of dance around that, which is, you know, I sometimes think led to way more creative approaches to filmmaking. When you have to be when you have to get around the censors in a creative way, as opposed to just going for the most sensational things like violence and, you know, adult language and stuff. I think I'm much more along. It's like the old thing about, like, Psycho by Alfred Hitchcock. You know, that movie has really we don't see anyone actually being injured. You know, there's a very famous scene in Psycho where the woman is attacked by the killer while she's showering. And in the original, there's just sort of like cutting back and forth between her face, and we see the shadow of the knife, and we see kind of some blood splatter, but we never actually see, you know, anything that is. We never see a knife going into a body or something. Nothing like we would see in today's movies. And yet, people came out of that movie going like, "Oh my goodness, that's unacceptable. The amount of gore and violence in there, just disgusting. I can't believe they showed that." And, you know, famously they'd be like, "Well, we didn't show it." "Oh, of course you did." "Nope, that was actually your imagination. You're the one who imagined all that stuff. We just, you know, cleverly used editing and left it to your imagination." Okay, how do I feel about that? You can see I don't have a lot of that. I used a lot of blue. I used up, and I was like, oh, I'm going to have a lot left over. And no, I don't. Oh, sorry. I barely have enough to do any, you know. I think I might just quickly blow dry this and then do a little bit of touch-ups and then move on here. Pascal asks, who do you prefer, Modigliani, Bonnard, or Toulouse-Lautrec? You have to pick only one. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, they're all very different. I mean, Bonnard and Toulouse-Lautrec were contemporaries, so versus Modigliani is kind of the next generation after. So his work is a little bit different. But even then, like, the similarities between Bonnard and Toulouse-Lautrec are very slim too, right? So it's very apples and oranges. All three of them have completely different styles. That's a tough one, that's for sure. I mean, I would say probably, if I was just to guess what the vast majority of people would say, I would probably imagine Toulouse-Lautrec would probably come out on top. I think he's probably more popular. I'm sure he's more popular just from a, like, if you were just go down the street and ask people. I think people would probably prefer his work, number one. Probably Bonnard would be, I bet you he would be third. A distant third, in fact. I think probably think Bonnard would, well, I would imagine he would be of all the one most likely you'd hear people say my kid could do that about. Him, maybe Modigliani too, to some extent. I think Toulouse-Lautrec, I think you'd have less people today say my kid could paint that, although back in the day that would not have been totally surprising to hear someone say that about Toulouse-Lautrec's work, but you'd be more likely to hear other artists comment negatively about Toulouse-Lautrec, but probably less so the general public. That would be my guess. Because Toulouse-Lautrec, when he was doing like prints like this, that brought him some scorn from other artists who were like, what are you doing? Printmaking is for, you know, it's like the thing, it's like newspapers. It's the kind of stuff that people wrap fresh fish in at the market. You get your fish and chips in a poster. No serious artist would make posters as consider them artworks. That they would just be something you might do for work, but not a serious creative endeavor. And certainly Toulouse-Lautrec did make these posters for work. He was getting paid for them. In this case, potentially making this painting, this specific painting, he might have traded actually for booze, like free unlimited booze for a couple months. Which I'm sure Aristide Bruant would have taken that bet, especially in retrospect. Wow, for a couple $100, well, maybe a few $1,000s, depending, considering how much Toulouse-Lautrec drank, I can get this beautiful painting out of him. So, I'd probably take that bet any day. Pascal says Modigliani. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me either. Lolly says, I had a feeling you'd say Modigliani. Senga uploaded 100 drawings to the Facebook group? Okay, we'll take a look at that. I don't think you need to upload every drawing you do to the Facebook group. Remember, not everybody, you know, that might be a lot of stuff, you know, for people to see and get, you know, a lot of notifications. Chase says, would you paint Tomino's Hell? I don't know what that is. Let's see, what are we talking about here? Japanese poem that you should only read with your mind and never out loud. If you read it out loud, you must take responsibility. What is it? Conjures the devil or something? Looks pretty dark here. Yeah. I don't know. Sounds pretty interesting, Chase, but what is it about it that you find so fascinating? It sounds pretty dark. If people are afraid that by saying it out loud they might conjure demons and things, that I don't know if that's something I want to be doing. Okay. So, what else do we have to do at this stage here? Okay, we need black, red, yellow, and his splatter effects here. Oh, do I have a? I must have a toothbrush again. Don't I? I must. Come on, Michael. You must have it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So I'm going to use a toothbrush here soon. Maybe let's. I'm going to create another. Now that we've got a lot of color in place, I want to continue doing a little bit more background color. I want to paint the red scarf, the wooden stick or walking stick, the black of the hats. So I'm just, yeah, let's do that. And I'm going to use a toothbrush to do a little bit of splattering, since that's also what he did as well. So let's, actually, maybe let's look at the painting. So one of the, yeah, maybe we'll get to that. Let's paint the red in, and the stick. Okay, so let's do that stuff first here. So let's paint that red. Let's get red on the brush. That red is basically just a warm red right out of the tube. So we'll just take that and just start painting directly here. Gonna leave a little bit of gaps, kind of misregistration a bit. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that and just maybe do another coat while I'm right here. So I could probably have gotten away with just one coat of red, but a second coat is just going to make this red look just glow. And after all, it is such, arguably like the most important color on this entire composition. It's the one that is most saturated, except maybe the yellow, perhaps. So it's, I think we want it to be as strong, as powerful as possible. Notice I didn't put any white or anything in there. Like, it looks so intense that I think on camera, at least from here, it just sort of looks like one big blob. Like, I don't see any texture. I don't really want texture, but Lolly says, I gotta say goodnight, everyone. I'm still watching, but sleep watching. Have a lovely evening, everyone. Thanks, Michael, as always, for another amazing class. Yeah, Chase is talking about this scary painting. There's some scarier artworks out there than the one that I just saw in there. That's for sure. That one is scary, but like Pascal's saying, Google Goya. Lolly says, don't forget to hit the like button. Lolly's feeling scared. Oh, I forgot that little, his cuff too, isn't there? Okay, let's make sure we get to that. Let's put some of the yellow back in here. Let's make our yellow again. Let's take a bit of red. Make this orangey color again. Because after all, it looks like this yellow is the same one down here. Take a bit of a larger, wider brush for this. You know, I'm just thinking I probably should have done this part afterwards. Shoot. These letters right here. Gonna mix a little bit of white into this yellow. For these up here. And you know what? That same color, actually, now that I see it, I could put in the staff. That staff. So I just painted those little, these guys up there with that lighter, slightly brownish color. More blue here. So I just took warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue and white, mixing in to create this kind of brownish color. One of the things I find really odd about this work is how this stick kind of bends in his hand. Maybe that's how like some walking sticks are, so that it keeps your hand from slipping down the stick. It just looks a little odd in my view, but Chase says, Mike, are all your paintings by French artists? I mean, certainly not. I'm sure there's some people who thought I'd paint too many American artists. Too many Canadian artists. Too many Spanish artists. Too many women or too many men or... I mean, I think, you know, I've been doing this for almost 4 years now, so this is episode 311. So we've covered lots of artists from all over the world. We've done Chinese artists, North Korean, Korean, Japanese, Argentinian, yeah. British, Irish, South African, African American. So we've gone all around the world a few times. Yeah, episode 311. So you got a little bit of catching up to do there, Chase. A few more here. Michael, paint the news. The girl in the movie that was trending a few years ago with the girl getting out of the TV when you watch the VHS in Père Boril de Cassio style. I don't know if that one. It sounds like The Exorcist or Poltergeist or something. You guys are going down some dark roads there. My goodness. I think let's do the... How am I going to do that splattery stuff? How do I do that at this stage? I don't have my masking fluid. That's what I was thinking about. That's let me think about it. Let's blow dry this and... Okay, I think I got an idea how to approach this next step. So, one of the techniques that that Toulouse-Lautrec is famous for, perhaps maybe even was the inventor of... Is that dull? I knew when I was at the store I should have got another sharp blade. Just got a new box cutter. Obviously, you want to be careful whenever you're using a knife. And ideally, it's best to use actually a sharp knife. Most people, they injure themselves when they're using dull knives to cut things. So the sharper the knife, actually the less likely you are to cut yourself. Unless you're doing something stupid and then the sharp knife slips, but most of the time people get cut because their sharp knife or their dull knife kind of slips. Okay, so just cut that shape out. Let's cut out Okay, so now I got my template cut out. Let's paint these areas in. Lolly's watching with one eye open, listening with one ear. The rest of me is sleeping. I'm addicted. My name is Lolly, and I'm a Markowsky art addict. Chase says, check out Smile Dog. It's cool looking. Don't stare into its eyes or it'll be in your dreams forever. Okay, probably not going to check that out. if it's that scary. Yeah, probably I can probably live without having seen this terribly scary thing that you're mentioning there. I'm okay. Let's mix another brown. Let's do this here. Let's take our warm, oops. Okay, so I mixed this warm brown. Now I'm going to take some cool blue, and this should start turning this into a bit more of a grayish brown. Because it's on the opposite side of the color wheel. It should kind of kill that brown a little bit. So here's this color I've just mixed up. Right? So when it's all zoomed in, you can really see the texture that Toulouse-Lautrec created there, right? That's going to be, it's hard to do exactly that. I'm just going to try to mimic it a little bit and then do a little bit of splattering. So I'm going to start with this. I'm going to dilute it. So I can get much more transparent. Because I don't want to just paint that color all by itself there, otherwise it's going to be way too dark. So putting this matte medium in here should have a much more transparent color. So let's get a few, let's get this. So it's a little bit too light. I put a bit too much matte medium in there. But that's okay, because I'm just going to move on. And then I can always do a second layer of that paint anyway. I know this is a kind of a darker, almost black version of that color. I'm just going to kind of condense them into one. We'll see. I can always do a second, third, fourth coat of this color to get that, to approximate that color. Yeah, it's obviously nowhere near dark enough. But let's just keep on plowing ahead here, one thing at a time. And that actually looks like another different color too. Definitely too transparent. But let's blow dry it and we'll just do another one here. So let's see if we just add a bit more paint here. Do a second coat. See, this is what I was talking about earlier when Lolly was asking, what if we paint the background with that warm ultramarine blue and then glaze phthalo over top of it? That's kind of what's going to happen. We're always going to see, unless we build up like 20 layers of paint, we're always going to see that kind of coming through, and it may not be desirable. Okay. So let's take, I'm going to take a bit more of that paint. Oops, I didn't see what I was doing. So I took a bit more of this paint and I'm mixing it in here. So this should be a much more opaque color, oops, for this hand. Okay, then this one's got a bit more of a greenish quality to it. So let's take a bit more of that cool blue and mix this in here. Ah! So I just took a little bit of that cool blue that was left over, just mixed it back in here. Let's just to make sure I got some glazing fluid. So I'm anticipating possibly having to repaint this R, E, and T here after I put splatters all over them, so. See, this is, look how that paint is just peeling away as I brush. Okay, just blow dry it, Michael. My goodness. Lolly's still awake there. So this is a really interesting area of this painting where he's doing this splattering effect really elevates it out of the realm of just, you know, your typical poster of the time. And he's using much more unusual painting techniques that no one would have used in printmaking before him. So he's really one of the, Toulouse-Lautrec is really one of the first to really innovate the printing, or the lithography process, and turn it into an art form. I'm just going to mix a black here now. So remember, black is just warm red, cool blue, and cool yellow. And voila, we got a black. I'm not even concerned if it's the perfect ratios in here. I'm just going to take that, mix that down into these colors here. My only worry is it's going to be too dark for that hand. Okay, that's going to be okay. It looks still a little on the brownish side, and that's because there was brown underneath, and I've just glazed black over top of the brown. So of course it's not going to look black, it's going to look a little bit brown, but I think it's going to be okay. I'm going to blow dry this once more, and then let's do some splattering. Okay, just before I move on, I just want to clean a few things here. Jeez, you're causing all sorts of havoc in there, getting people to look up horrible things on the internet. My goodness. Giving everybody nightmares. Just couldn't get, still in Halloween mode, hey? Okay. Okay, yeah, I was gonna do splatters next. Like, what? I was looking at the black. Maybe I'll paint the hat and all that stuff. And I was like, no. Said I was gonna do one thing. Let's get this ready. So, what would be my best bet? I mean, I think ideally what I would use would be something like this. So you could see that, so this is fluid acrylics. So fluid acrylics are what it sounds like. It's an acrylic that is way more fluid than what I've got here. I just wonder if I should try to use my existing material for this rather than use material maybe most of you don't have. Let's do a little bit of both. Hey, right? So let's see, I just don't want this to get too thin. Let's just take this. And let's do a little test. Let's see. Maybe I can get away with it just like this. Instead of just testing it right on here, let's get... so I got a toothbrush, and the way that I've always done this... yeah, that's actually working out great. Let me see, just... okay. Okay, I think that's actually way better than I didn't think I would be able to get away with it like this. So, I'm just going to take more of this paint, put that on my brush, and let's just go for it. The only maybe I should have maybe not put so much in, because the only thing I don't want is big globs of paint. Let's see how I can do this so you can see what I'm doing here. I think it's very subtle. Yeah, I mean, it barely really shows up. I mean, I guess on camera up close you can see it. From far away, from where I'm standing though, like, it's not very visible. And I guess I would say that maybe the original's not super visible either, but... oops, oh goodness. Just put way too much of that fluid in here. My main concern is this paint going right up underneath the paper there. So, I mean, I guess from here, it's really mostly what it's doing is creating texture. Less, okay. Yeah, I mean... I think it looks better on camera than it does in person. I think in person it's very, very subtle. Okay, so one thing that I was anticipating because of what I just did here is I'm going to want to mix my background color again so that I can do little touch-ups here and there. So the way that I'm going to do that, let's back out a bit. I'm going to take my white again and then this brown, mix them together. This time there's no matte medium in here. This is just solid paint, solid white, and that paint. You can see they're pretty close. I mean, maybe just a dab more, get a little bit darker. Let me use that. Maybe just before to do little touch-ups here and there. In fact, let's blow dry that real quick. Okay, where did okay. So here I'm just gonna go around in any little areas. So these are little parts of the painting that I was like, I kind of was a little sloppy here and there. I can touch those up. It's not, I didn't quite get the mixture exactly right. Let's add just a little bit more brown in there. It's a little bit on the white side. So in an ideal world, I still have a little bit of my background color that I could use for this exact purpose, but I don't. Now the color isn't exactly the same, but I think it's good enough. I think it's always just thinking about, like, what is the goal with your painting? Like, is this really something you're going to want to exhibit or sell or give away? If so, maybe, yeah, you might spend a little bit more time on some of those things. But even then, like I think in the chat there, Lolly and I think maybe it was Pascal were talking about, you know, wanting to give something away and feeling like it needs to be absolutely perfect before you can let it out of your hands. I can understand that. I can also say, though, that we are always going to be the most critical viewers of our own work, right? So the vast majority of people are just not going to see problems where we see problems. So spending a lot of time on perfection, I just don't know if it's really worth it. Senga's still here watching, and I love it. Thanks, Senga. Very sweet of you. I really appreciate your attention and support. Lolly's finally going to bed, you naughty bunch. Chase says, I'm having fun today. I had a great day. I got honor roll award today. Congratulations, Chase. Good job on your academic award, your school award. Okay, I think I'm gonna blow dry that, and then we're getting we're probably gonna move on to another step here. I'm going to do a... So I'm going to do another little bit in the background. I'm going to paint some black and maybe just tidy a few things up. And I know I haven't done a single foreground pass #1 yet. That's because there's just most of this painting is background. Our last little bit of outlining is coming up soon, but really we just want to get all of the other stuff done before we can do that. So I'm going to take some more cool blue, cool yellow. Oops. So I took cool blue, cool yellow. Let's mix these two fellas up. Nice, beautiful green. Look at that. And then we're going to take a big scoop of warm red. Put that in there, and that warm red's going to pull that green into the center of the color wheel, into what's called the neutral core. Looks a little bit on the purple side. Let's put just a bit more yellow in there. There we go. Gotta make sure you stir it up really good. Got to stir it better than the banana bread I made the other day. I made banana bread. I just used cold butter out of the fridge. And I mean, I gotta say that banana bread was amazing. Nothing better than a big chunk of butter. But, you know, probably, you know, maybe not the way most people would want it, but Chases, I've never had banana bread. Never had banana bread. My goodness, Chase, you're missing out. It's like one of the most delicious things on earth. Never had banana bread. Oh. Are they keeping you locked in a cage or something? Oh my goodness. Like banana bread has got to be one of the most delicious things. Speaking of food, I made myself banana bread and then I proceeded to eat half of the loaf of banana bread because it was just so good. I was like, oh God, this is too good. Oh, I should save some for tomorrow. Oh no, I'm gonna just one more bite. Oh. Okay, so you can see it's even a little, still a bit on the purpley side. This black, I don't mind it like that though. Again, I could just use actual black, but I always just like mixing my own colors if I can. Especially for these episodes, it's just so satisfying to create your own. So once again, I'm probably going to have to do 2 coats of this. just leave some of those little gaps there. Maybe I should have left that on that side as well, but it's kind of nice seeing a bit of those in there. Okay. So let's blow dry that. Okay, let's just go back to black. Oh, you really see the painting just start to come together here. Black always seems to do that. It's such a satisfying color to use because it just ties everything together. And Senga's still there watching away. That's great. Shay says, I hope I gave everyone a good scare today. I think you did. So this is the only area that I'm kind of a little bit like, ah. There's probably I could have planned this a little bit better or tried to wipe away these splatters when I got down here, but it is what it is, and it's a painting, not a lithograph, so we would expect there to be some differences. And this color here is certainly more orangey than I expected or even wanted. But I think what I'm going to do is just paint Cabaret with that color and leave the other one a little bit more yellow. So they look a little bit like more two different words. It's probably not very visible on camera, but some of this area than that blue definitely could have another layer of blue done there. I don't have a lot left, if any. Oh, I got a bit. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'll do a little touch-ups here and there. So today's painting is definitely one where I feel like I've gone back to the well a few times and painted over the same area 2-3 times at least. So having a little bit of extra paint, or maybe a lot of extra paint, I suppose you could say, is really helpful. Now, it wouldn't be the end of the world to try to mix this color again. After all, this is just warm blue with warm red, warm yellow, basically like a really, really dark bluish brown. But, you know, if you don't have to mix the color again because you got lots extra, well, then that makes your life a little bit easier, doesn't it? I think I'm going to narrow these letters down here. that makes a huge difference. It's funny, it's just a little patchy areas, but you know, when they are like that, it just seems a little distracting. Chase says, I sent you a painting. I did it on one of your Facebook posts. Or do I send it somewhere else? It was for last. Post it directly to the Facebook page, not as a comment on one of my things, because otherwise I'll see it, but when I'm putting together the episode, I'll forget it. Just look at the Facebook page. Look how everybody else posts images to the Facebook page and go, oh, okay, that's what I should do. Okay. Okay, so let's start doing some outlining. Now, let's look at the original. My goodness, there's a lot of... I'm going to try to keep this to maybe one color, because I see some browns, some greens, excuse me. It's kind of a greenish brown, so let's make that greenish brown color. Where should we do this? Let's do this here. Let's take warm blue. Warm red. Let's take some cool red too. Don't be too picky. Kind of a bit of a mishmash of color here. Yellow. Let's take some cool blue, because it's a bit on the more greenish brown side, I think. Yeah, there we go. It's almost, in places, maybe a little bit lighter than that. Maybe that's too dark. I think that's pretty close. Maybe a little bit more yellow in here. Not the first kind of color you'd think of for an outline, but I think that's what he's using. It's pretty close. Okay, so let's... So I know we're 4 hours in and we're just starting our background pass, but really the background pass is just the outlining of this painting. And really, that's we're kind of close to our final touches. There's going to be a few different colors, but mostly it's going to be this green, which we just mixed up. So let's get to it. Let's look at the original. So it looks like he's using this kind of greenish outline mostly everywhere, except there's ultramarine blue up here. Maybe a little bit more of a brown there. Otherwise, mostly the same, that color. Okay, so where should we start? Might be nice to tackle the hair or the face, because we haven't done that yet. So let's I'm going to take that. Let's start by going around the outer edges. See why even just a little bit of white is helpful. In fact, I'm going to add a bit more in there, because that white needs to help give some opacity to this color. Making that a little bit wider on his hairline there, because I kind of goofed with, tried to touch that up and I didn't match the color quite to my satisfaction, so just kind of faking that out a little bit. Sometimes when you see me dipping my brush back and forth, it's because I'm just cleaning or trying to get a little bit of a goop off, twist it into a bit better shape. Okay. Deliberately leaving a little gap there. Obviously, I know there's still like eyebrows and stuff I need to do, but just gonna push on. That is pretty sloppy. Should I just erase that? I'm just going to do the exact same thing a second time. Okay, well, whatever. So personally, I really like these little gaps. There's a little bit misregistration here, so yikes, that's some kind of, my lines are getting pretty big, aren't they? I like how that looks. That's actually really kind of, it's very subtle, this little green line. Wow. Now, technically, all of these words are outlined, or all these letters are outlined with the same kind of green. Although I don't know if it's important to go all the way around all of them. Part of the way that this is printed is part of it is kind of being hidden by, you know, I don't know if he printed this first or last. You can see how much more yellow the letters, the interior of those letters are than mine. Can't tell. I have a hard time deciding if I'm finding what I'm doing sloppy or nice. I think on camera, all of that little fussiness around those edges is really apparent. In person, though, because everything's kind of is not quite as bright, it's much less visible, which is good. I wonder if he tried doing this without an outline and felt like it needed one. Because I do feel like it's adding something. It's a little bit unusual, because usually when you do an outline, you kind of go for a very contrasting color. Like, so if you outline white with black, or yellow with purple, you know, it's just to really make those pop. So for him to outline, you know, these letters actually pop pretty well on their own. You know, that off-white against the blue doesn't really need any outlining. And yet here he is, he's outlined it. Now, I think potentially with the way that the lithography process works, this might have been him drawing onto the plate to start, I guess if you call it a plate, and then probably painting all of these colors around these shapes afterwards. You know, obviously you could use a Posca pen for this, but Posca does make many different colors, but I doubt they've got a color like this green. They do also sell like a pen which you can fill it with your own ink. I've never tried that. I don't see why it wouldn't work. Also, I should say that these images that he's creating, the original of this is quite large. You know, I should have got the measurements on here for today's episode. I think I just spaced out. Because I was actually going to do, this is a bit of a last minute change for me. I actually put this episode together fairly quickly. I've got about 20 or more than that episodes ready to go, and I just got inspired to do Toulouse-Lautrec because we've been talking about Bonnard and the post-impressionist Les Nabis. I was like, looking at so many images by Lautrec, and I'm like, I keep bumping him back and back and back and back. So I just kind of leaped at it. And that's why if you look in the Dropbox folder, you'll notice there's some Dropbox folders that are totally empty for some artists, because then I created those folders like a year and a half ago because I was all ready to go. I got all the outlines ready to go and decided to do something different. Chase says, can I ask a movie question? Have you seen Downfall 2004? Yes, I think that's the one with Hitler in his bunker. Darn it, that's supposed to be yellow, isn't it? Not a big deal. Okay. Yep, I've seen all the memes of Downfall. I even get my university students to do their own version of, not necessarily Downfall, but I do show that clip and then the meme versions based on it. That's a project to do, is create a meme from an existing video in order to learn video editing and audio or subtitling and all that kind of stuff. What was your question related to that? So I want to be careful with these. These are two different words, and I want to make sure that my outlining doesn't join those two words together. It's okay for other letters in the same word to kind of get joined together through the outlining, as I've done above. But if they're two separate words, they really should be, there shouldn't be any bit of them touching. She says, I'm just wondering, I have to go take care of Mike. Have a good evening wherever you are, Chase. Still lots of people watching. That's awesome. Wonder how many people are going to paint today's painting. hope I'm not making this painting look inordinately more difficult than it is. I don't think it's a particularly difficult painting. It's just anytime you've got text, that usually slows the painting process down dramatically. Because it's painting words is usually a little bit time consuming. At least to do a reasonably good job at it is, anyway. It's gonna blow dry this. Oops, sorry, I was a little muted there. This is one of those paintings where when I look at it from further away, I'm quite happy with how things are unfolding, but when I'm on camera, like this stuff doesn't look so great, but I think a little bit of perspective is going to help. I think this is one of those paintings where if you're looking at it from across the room, you'll be like, wow, that looks great. And you get close, you're like, oh, yeah, not so much. But there's a lot of paintings in art history that are kind of a little bit like that, right? Okay, I'm taking the same green that I've done a lot of stuff with. Getting this kind of wood texture going here. Okay, let's go up to the top of the painting here. Hate that. You know, actually I should blow dry it because I've been smudging my fingers on this thing. Oh goodness, was that on not on mute that whole time? Oh my goodness, if that was, I apologize. It must have been really loud. Okay. Need a bit more warm blue. So this is just my warm ultramarine blue. In fact, I feel like I'm going to need a bit of white in here. I'm going to put a bit of white. I'm going to take a bit of this black just to bring it back down to... So the reason why I added a little bit of black and white in there, and even took a bit of my cool blue, is I was afraid of just what's happening there. It's kind of transparent. Ultramarine blue is a bit of a transparent color to begin with. And that's good and bad, just depending on the task at hand, right? So I don't mind being a little bit transparent, but I don't want to have to paint over this multiple times. You know, it's getting on here with time. Remember I said I wanted to try to make today's episode shorter, and then here I am rolling on 5 hours. I should stop saying that. I swear every time I do say it, I'm here longer than I intend to be. Again, I could just use a Posca pen. I got blue Posca pens, acrylic paint pens that I could use. But that seems very counter to Lautrec's whole method. And I think what I do also like is that this is clearly has been painted. His has been clearly painted, so it wouldn't, to me, just conceptually makes sense to make a change. But as I keep saying, everyone can make their own painting and do whatever they want to it with it. So probably have to do a little bit of touching up after I go all the way across. Still can't believe Chase hasn't had banana bread. Ugh. It just defies all comprehension. Trying to think of something I have never eaten. That people would be shocked by. I don't know, I'm a pretty adventurous eater. I'm a vegetarian now, so that takes a few things off the list. He has made the spots around those lights kind of brighter, or darker, I mean, sorry. I don't know if I'm going to do that, though. It's always one of those things when you get close to being done. Problems. Ay, ay, ay. I gotta blow dry that. Sometimes best just to leave things alone, ain't it? No. This is why it's a good idea. This is why it's a good idea to blow dry things occasionally, because it makes it easier to fix them if there is a mistake. Because then you don't have to worry about smudging. And also it protects the surface from smudging if you get your finger smudging all over the place. So. I guess you couldn't see anything I just did, so that's excellent too. Okay, I think it's just black outlines now. Lisa says okra or grits? Okra or grits? What were we talking about for that to come up? Okra, grits. Oh, have I? Maybe it's because of things I've eaten. Yeah, I've eaten okra. Yeah. Do people not like okra? Is that a gross thing? I don't. I guess maybe. Grits I've had. I'm not the biggest fan of them, texture-wise, but I've certainly had them. I've had raw sea urchin. I've had, I remember I had a friend of mine take me to a Japanese restaurant in Los Angeles probably 25 years ago, and wanted to see if she was going to order everything for me, see what my reaction would be. And so she ordered this shrimp, deep fried shrimp with the head on. I thought it was great. Yeah, it looked a little bit funny, but I thought it was delicious. I think she was quite surprised. She thought I would be repulsed by it, but But where are you from, Lisa? Where do you live? It must be in the south, because grits are, especially up here in Canada, I'm probably sure most people don't even know what that is. It's like a southern, like in Los Angeles where I lived for years, the only place you'd be able to get grits would be like a Waffle House. Can't really think of anywhere else I had grits down there. Sounds like, it's like Nashville, Virginia, North Carolina. There you go, North Carolina. There you are. Oh, that's awesome. That's one place I've always wanted to go to Carolina, North and South Carolina. It's on the bucket list. Actually, you know what? I should probably just blow dry this real quick before I... Okay, we're almost done. I think I just need to do a little bit of black outlining, and then I think I can call it a day. It's taken me a couple hours longer than I thought I would be, but now that in retrospect as I've been painting on it, I see why it's taken so long. And there are other ways I could have gone, but I don't know if it would have saved me much time. Anyway, there's where we are right now. And let's bring the other one up side by side so we can see the two of them side by side. Let's do these eyebrows. I think that's going to help. Might have to do that a second time to get a little bit darker. Yeah, North Carolina being close to the mountains and the ocean. Not too dissimilar from Vancouver. We're same sort of thing. We got the ocean right next door. And then you just got to drive an hour and you're up in the mountains. A little bit warmer climate, though. I know that he didn't, but I feel like it might help if I put a little darken those eyes just a tiny bit. Ever so slightly. Oh, and the signature, I forgot. Do I want to do that too? It is kind of interesting the amount of restraint with black that he's showing here. He's not using a lot of it, just a few little bits. He's allowing the colors to really shine. So the difficulty here is I'm painting over all that texture, all those little spots from the toothbrush. So that does make a little bit tricky to do all that. I think I'm gonna also just darken that line in. Let's do... Lisa says 4 seasons. Well, 4 seasons in Carolina, I'm sure, are very different than 4 seasons in Vancouver. I mean, I'm sure it does get a little bit cold down there for sure. And I know sometimes you guys get some pretty nasty storms. But I think you'd probably prefer your winters than ours. Okay, what am I missing? Okay, let's, I want to just, again, I think I like doing a little bit of this darker outline. I know it's not what he did here, but I'm going to take my black. Just kind of like what he did with the stick there, just a little bit of extra black in a few places. Sure, there's something I'm missing here, right? Oh yes, a little bit of brown. Okay. Just a bit of brown right there. It's almost dried all the way up, but I think I can bring enough back to life. Some of this wood texture back there. Okay, oops. Doesn't it seem like there's always a little bit more to do? It never seems to be enough, does it? Sometimes I feel like a painting is like, you know, that scene in The Godfather where he's like, just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. It's like that with a painting. Just when you think you're done, it pulls you back in. Not so fast, tough guy. You still need to do this. Ah, no, swear, please let me go. I just want to be done. You should have thought of that before you started this painting. You're gonna be painting it for the rest of your life. No, please. Let's... I'm just extending a little bit of that texture there, just because I've got quite a lot of extra room. Like here's the top of, you know, that's the top of this painting, or the lithograph, where I've got like an extra inch basically there. So just gotta, I want to make sure that this doesn't look just totally empty here. Interesting little thing that he's done. So okay. I think it's time. Okay, we have arrived here at the end, a little bit longer than I expected. Surprise, surprise. That's probably the first time you've ever heard me say that, right? So, let's check out how these two paintings fared side by side. Just before we do so, just a quick reminder to like this video, subscribe, hit the notification bell. About 70% of the people who are watching this video aren't subscribers. Right? These videos get hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of views. If just, you know, 40% of the people watched this video subscribed, my life would change dramatically. So if you were just watching the first time, subscribe. That would be hugely helpful. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1 through PayPal, Super Chat, and if you're watching the live stream, you want to send an e-transfer, or a check in the mail, my email is on my website and on the Facebook group. Those links are down below. So, and of course, take a photograph of whatever you've created today, whether it was today's painting by Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec, or another artist that you admire, or even something out of your own imagination. I would love to see it. Our community would love to see it. Join the Facebook. Upload your work to the Facebook. We're going to do another feedback episode next week to catch up on all the stuff I didn't get to last week. So I'd love to see what you've been up to. Let's see how these two paintings fared side by side. And there's mine. Oh, I forgot to do the signature. That would be nice. What am I doing for time? If I was to put it here, where would I put it? You know, I think I might do it next class. If I'm going to do it, I might do it next class anyway. I think I'm just kind of a little bit tired of painting for 4 hours after I talked for an hour and a half earlier. So let's just zoom in and take a look at how these look together side by side. So, you know, up close, I'm not super happy with the way it looks up close. It looks, you know, especially, obviously you can see if I cover that up, you can see the texture on the letters there. Not my finest hour. You can also see that I've kind of straightened up his writing as well. It was a little bit more organic, these curving B's and D's, and mine are a little bit more Arial font, Helvetica. But still, I think it's okay. This texture down here is okay. There were some big blobs, and I used my toothbrush to kind of try to pat them down, but what I ended up doing is just turning those blobs into bigger blobs. It's okay, just a little, yeah, whatever. I could go back over top of some of these areas and reduce the amount of green and just kind of, but, you know, I don't know, I think it's okay like that too, so. Let's just go over here. Let's look at the hand and the stick. Again, that is supposed to be a little bit more gray, but I had painted the brown that I used earlier, and then I glazed over top of it with black. So that's why it doesn't look gray or black. It looks a little brown because I glazed black over brown. So of course it's a little bit of that brown's going to show through. Not a big difference, and I think probably looking at it off camera, that's going to look pretty much gray. The reds on this camera have been bumped up a little bit anyway. So I do notice that, let's say, this background does appear to be darker now than the original. But, you know, if we scroll up, obviously I'm missing the signature. You'll notice that they do match higher up. So I could have tried to get a little bit more of that gradation effect, but I think it's okay like that. It's okay to being a little bit darker. Let's just look at this side here. That text. Yeah, again, the font's a little wonky, but... Also, another thing too, so you can see all of this, all that little fussing around all those. Part of that is not that there's transparencies, it's actually texture. Texture of the paint that's catching the light that is making it look a little bit fussy and stuff there. That's kind of stuff I don't like at all, but you know, that's the technique I used, and so that's the result I get, right? We look up here. It's interesting. Oh, wow. And now I'm just looking at this, now that it's more finished. This color on camera doesn't quite look... I love the way it looks in person. It's kind of a dirty teal color. On camera, it just looks like a cool blue, I think. I mean, I don't know what it looks like on your screen. I actually prefer in person the way it looks. There's a really nice contrast between this background blue and the blue on his jacket. I did mention earlier that there is this... I could have darkened these as he did. I think these are supposed to be like spotlights, right? That are shining through. And yet, I just decided just to kind of leave it. I mean, that wouldn't be too hard to glaze that in there. I was just like, I'm just feeling a little lazy today. And then the text, Ambassadeur. Not my finest hour, but you can also see his is not super precise either, right? So I'm not going to beat myself up too much. In fact, maybe I should, instead of going in tinkering there, I should just left it alone. And then the face, I think I did a pretty good job here. Potentially I could go back over those eyebrows and can darken them again. His eyebrows there are actually quite dark, but I think that's okay. I've made his nose maybe a little bit too dark at the tip. Not a big deal, just not the same. I could darken that edge around there. In fact, since I'm talking about doing some of these things, maybe it won't hurt just to quickly touch that up. Should just stop there before I start getting carried away. All in all, I think that actually turned out pretty good. You know, I'm actually, you know, this speckling here in the hair, using a toothbrush to do that, exactly the way that he did it, actually turned out really well. It's far more apparent on camera when we're really close. You know, that's the size of my fingertip, right? So on camera we can see it really well. In person, I think that's very subtle. It's almost non-visible. Not invisible, but just less apparent, I suppose, unless you get up close as we are here. So, yeah. I just noticed that his scarf could come up over his chin a little bit more. Yeah, I think it's okay. All right, are we good enough to move on? Randy says, good night. Maybe next week I'll learn the difference between mush and grits. Definitely some people see it that way for sure. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for painting along with me again today, for keeping me company, and we'll see you on Thursday morning for another episode where we're going to paint another painting by Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. This time featuring Jean Avril, the famous can-can dancer, probably one of the inventors of the can-can, and one of the most famous performers in late 19th century Paris. Certainly kind of like the face of the Moulin Rouge, the very famous cabaret theater there. So we'll see you guys on Thursday morning. Enjoy the rest of your evening or morning, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Just know that you're loved and appreciated, and I thank you so much for joining me. I can't wait to see you again soon. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye. Yay! Another one.